discipline unmatched, until the events of doom, they were all but invincible. Number 8. The Honored Matres, the Rewilded, return. After the death of God Emperor Leto II, the universe scattered. Entire populations fled into the uncharted space. When they returned, they brought new horrors, the Honored Matres. Descendants of Bene Gesserit and unknown forces use sex as both weapon and control. Their techniques override the mind, forcing loyalty. They are violent, unstable, and driven by fear, pursued by a greater enemy they never name. Their arrival marks a new kind of human, no longer patient, no longer refined, just powerful and afraid. Number 9. Leto II and the Seker Nubuai, the Golden Path. To save humanity, Leto II Atreides destroyed it. Or so it seemed. By merging with Sandtrout, Leto became a hybrid, part worm, part man, fully god. His reign lasted 3,500 years. He guided evolution, seeded mythologies, and ensured no power could ever again control all of humanity. His body was monstrous, his mind inhuman, but his purpose? Survival. Even if it meant the death of everything familiar. Number 11. Futars, the Engineered Predators. In the aftermath of the scattering, the Honored Matres introduced Futars, genetically engineered hybrids of humans and felines. Designed as living weapons, Futars possess enhanced strength, speed, and predatory instincts. Their primary purpose? To hunt and eliminate rogue Honored Matres and any other threats. Though formidable, Futars are not fully sentient. They operate on instinct and training, making them both an effective tool and a tragic creation. Beings caught between two natures, belonging to neither. Number 12. The Suboids, the Engineered Underclass. On the technologically advanced planet of Ix, Suboids were created as a labor force, genetically engineered humans designed for obedience and efficiency. Stripped of ambition and creativity, they perform their duties without question, maintaining the complex infrastructures of their societies. While they ensure the smooth operation of technological marvels, Suboids raise ethical concerns about autonomy and the manipulation of human life for utilitarian purposes. Number 13. Phibians, the Amphibious Laborers. Phibians emerge from the genetic laboratories of the scattering as amphibious hybrids, combining human and aquatic traits. Engineered for underwater operations, they became indispensable in harvesting valuable resources from oceanic worlds. Their physiology allows them to breathe both air and water, and their streamlined bodies are adapted for deep sea pressures. While they serve crucial roles in their societies, Phibians are often viewed as tools rather than individuals, a testament to the utilitarian mindset of their creators. Number 14. Cymex, the Machine-Encased Tyrants. Cymex are a fusion of human intellect and mechanical might, once human minds now housed within formidable robotic bodies. Originating from the era of the Titans, these beings sought immortality and power by transcending their biological limitations. While their enhanced forms grant them unparalleled strength and longevity, Cymex often grapple with the loss of sensory experiences and the isolation that comes with their transformation. Number 16. Twisted Mentats, the Corrupted Calculators. Mentats are human computers trained to process information with machine-like precision. However, the Bene Tlilax introduced a darker variant, the Twisted Mentats. Through psychological conditioning and unethical experimentation, these individuals were molded to serve enemies. Stripped of moral constraints, instant mentats apply their formidable intellects to schemes of manipulation and control, embodying the perils of knowledge divorced from ethics. Number 17. Axolotl Tanks, the Living Incubators. Axolotl tanks are the cornerstone of Bene Tleilaxu genetic engineering. Living women transformed into biological incubators. Through this process, the Tleilaxu produce golas, synthetic melange, and other biological products. The ethical implications are staggering, as sentient beings are reduced to mere tools, their autonomy stripped away in the pursuit of scientific advancement. Number 18. Golas and the Reborn. Golas are clones grown from cells of deceased individuals, resurrected through Tleilaxu biotechnology. Initially devoid of memories, certain triggers can restore their past experiences, effectively bringing the dead back to life. This practice raises profound questions about identity, continuity, and the soul. Are Golas merely copies, or do they truly reclaim the essence of their predecessors? Number 19. The Kwisatz Haderach, the shortening of the way. The Kwisatz Haderach is the culmination of the Bene Gesserit's breeding program, a male capable of accessing both male and female ancestral memories and possessing unparalleled prescient abilities. He is the man that can be in many places at once. Paul Atreides and later his son Leto II embody this role, wielding immense power and facing the burden of foresight. Their existence challenges the boundaries of humans as they navigate destinies that can reshape the universe. Number 20. Siona Slime, the Unseen. Siona Atreides represents a pivotal evolution in humanity, a lineage invisible to prescient vision, engineered through Leto II's breeding programs. Siona's descendants ensure that no single entity can dominate humans' future through foresight. This genetic development safeguards free will, introducing unpredictability into a universe where destiny once seemed inescapable. Number 21. The Lost Tleilaxu, the Fragmented Legacy. As the chaos of the scattering unfolded and the honored Matre surged back into the known universe, the Bene Tleilax, long masters of genetic heresy, suffered catastrophic losses. Their strongholds were razed, their secrets scattered, and many of their original masters were slaughtered. What remains is not a united race, but fragmented remnants, isolated cells, rogue researchers, mutated legacies walking unknowingly among the common folk. These lost Tleilaxu are ghosts of an empire that once played gods, haunted by the monsters they created and the truths they dared to rewrite. In the Dune universe, the term human is not a fixed definition. It is a question, a spectrum, a battlefield. From the Bene Gesserit's eugenic dreams to the navigators warped by spice, from disembodied editors to flesh-forged face dancers, from Fremen forged in the desert flame to clones resurrected memory and soul, humanity has fractured, adapted, and evolved, and, in some cases, dissolved the very essence of what once made it whole. Frank Herbert didn't just tell a story of themselves. He explored the obsession of manipulating life itself, and behind every mutation and miracle lies a warning. What are we willing to become in order to survive? The answer, like the future, is never singular. It is many. It is monstrous. It is legion. It is human. In the vast expanse of the universe, few worlds are as enigmatic and vital as Arrakis. Known also by the Fremen as Dune, this desert planet is the sole source of the geriatric spice melange. The spice that fuels interstellar travel, extends life, and enhances consciousness. Central to this ecosystem is the sandworm, Shai-Hulud, a creature of immense size and significance. This film book embarks on a journey to unravel the life cycle of the sandworm and explore the resilient fauna that inhabit the arid world of Dune. This is Lupercal 8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, and I will bring you today's film book, which is The Fauna of Arrakis. Our story begins with Part 1, the sandworm's life cycle. Number 1, sand plankton, the foundation. At the base of Arrakis' ecological pyramid lies the sand plankton. These microscopic organisms feed on trace amounts of melange scattered by sandworms across the desert sands. In turn, the sand plankton serve as a primary food source for sand trout, initiating the complex ecological cycle of Arrakis. Number 2, sand trout, the water sequesterers. Sand trout are the larval form of sandworms, described as gray, leathery, and diamond-shaped. Lacking distinct heads or limbs, they possess cilia that allow them to interlock, forming vast cisterns beneath the sand. Their primary function is to encapsulate and sequester water, the arid conditions necessary for the sandworm's development. Number 3, pre-spice mass and spice flow. As sand trout excretions accumulate and interact with water, they form a volatile substance known as a pre-spice mass. This mass undergoes a fermentation process, producing gases that eventually cause an eruption called a spice flow, releasing the geriatric spice melange onto the surface. This process is critical for spice production and marks a pivotal point in the sandworm's life cycle. Number 4, juvenile sandworm, the little maker. Surviving sand trout from the spice flow coalesce to form juvenile sandworms, colloquially known as little makers. These creatures, approximately 3 meters in length, are mobile and begin to exhibit the characteristic features of adult sandworms. Over time, they grow and mature beneath the sands of Arrakis. Number 5, adult sandworm, Shai Halud. Mature sandworms, revered by the Fremen as Shai Halud, can reach lengths exceeding 400 meters. They are colossal, annelid-like creatures and immense power and significance. Adult sandworms are integral to the production of melange, as their digestive process contributes to the spice formation. They are also central to the Fremen culture and spirituality. Number 6, death and rebirth. Upon death, a sandworm's body releases a multitude of sand trout, thus perpetuating the cycle. This transformation underscores the cyclical nature of life on Arrakis, where death begets new life, ensuring the continuity of the species and the ongoing production of melange. The sand trout, the larval form of the sandworm, played a pivotal role in transforming Arrakis from a once lush, water-rich world into the arid desert planet known in the Dune universe. Originally introduced from an unknown origin, potentially from aliens, sand trout proliferated rapidly, disrupting the planet's hydrological system. These organisms instinctively sought out and encapsulated the free water sources, as mentioned before, effectively sequestering moisture underground and rendering the surface increasingly more arid. This aggressive water sequestering behavior led to the collapse of the ecosystems throughout the planet. The loss of surface water not only eliminated habitats, but also disrupted atmospheric moisture cycles, further exacerbating desertification. The once vibrant ecosystem gave way to the vast expanses of barren sand, fundamentally altering the planet's climate and ecology. The sand trout transformation into sandworms introduced a new dynamic to Arrakis' environment. While adult sandworms are integral to the production of melange, the spice vital to the universe's economy and culture, their existence perpetuates the desert conditions initiated by their larval forms. Their sandworm's sensitivity to water ensures that any efforts to reintroduce moisture to the surface are met with heavy resistance, as increased water levels threaten their survival. Thus, the sand trout and the sandworm's successors have locked Arrakis into a cycle of aridity, making the desert both a product and requirement of their very existence. Part 2. The Fauna of Arrakis. Despite its harsh desert environment, Arrakis hosts a variety of life forms, each uniquely adapted to survive in extreme conditions. Number 1. Muad'Dib, the kangaroo mouse. Muad'Dib, or the kangaroo mouse, is a nocturnal rodent known for its exceptional survival skills. It conserves water efficiently and is revered by the Fremen for its resilience. Paul Atreides adopts Muad'Dib as his Fremen name other than Usul in 10191, symbolizing his adaptation to the desert world. Number 2. The desert hare. The desert hare is another burrowing mammal, adapted to the desert climate of Arrakis. It plays a role in the ecosystem by aiding in soil aeration and serving as prey for larger predators. Number 3. Kit fox. The kit fox is a small nocturnal predator that contributes to controlling the population of smaller animals and insects. Its presence helps maintain ecological balance within the desert environment. Number 4. Sand terrapin. The sand terrapin is a burrowing reptile that aids in soil turnover and aeration. Its adaptations allow it to thrive in the extreme temperatures of Arrakis. Number 5. The desert hawk and other birds. Birds such as the desert hawk, dwarf owl, and eagle are predators that help control the population of rodents and insects on Arrakis. They are integral to the food chain and contribute to the ecological stability of the region. Number 6. Arthropods, scorpions, centipedes, and trapdoor spiders. These arthropods are adapted to the desert environment and play roles in controlling insect populations. Their presence indicates a complex and interdependent ecosystem. Number 7. The desert bat. Desert bats are nocturnal creatures that feed on insects, aiding in the pest control. They are also part of the food web, serving as prey for some of the larger predators. Number 8. The Kulon. The Kulon is a beast of burden used by the Fremen. Its strength and endurance make it a well-suited transport across the vast deserts of Arrakis when a sandworm is not convenient. While the fauna of Arrakis is limited, the intricate life cycle of the sandworm and the diverse fauna of Arrakis illustrate a complex and interdependent ecosystem. Each organism, from the microscopic sand plankton to the colossal Shai Hulud, plays a vital role in maintaining the balance of life on the desert planet. Understanding these relationships offers profound insight into the resilience and adaptability of life in the harshest of environments. If you liked this video, please use the subscribe button to show us that you really want us to continue making this content. Please like this video, and feel free to give us a follow. Also, if you haven't checked out our other social media, it's Lupercal8796 pretty much everywhere. Feel free to tune in on Twitch for the June 5th through the 9th in order to potentially win some props from Doom, as well as a standard edition of the game each of those days. On the 10th, I will be auctioning off on a raffle for all viewers that are present on Twitch, a pain box, along with a gauntlet
Hey, what's going on?
24 karat silver gilded.
His name is, hold on, let me look. Lupercal.
This has been your humble Mentat Swordmaster, Lupercal8796.
8796.
Until next time, have a wonderful day.
He's talking about like Dune lore and stuff. I thought it was fitting for
Arrakis, a world forged in sand by the lowly sand trout, starved of rain, where survival is not merely a struggle, but a triumph.
So what's going on? What are you up to on
To
this?
outsiders,
What is it, Thursday?
it is a barren, desolate
Thursday.
place. To its people, it is living and thriving. Its surface conceals a harsh but intricate ecosystem in which flora and fauna cling to life with profound resilience. In this episode, we explore the lesser-known wonders of Arrakis, the flora. These are not simply biological oddities. They are pillars of survival,
I think I need to bring
foundations
this-
of
I think
culture,
I'm too
and
high
echoes of ancient planetary dreams. Each one tells a story of adaptation, necessity, and hope. I am Lupercal 8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, here with an episode of another Dune Primer. Today is the flora of Dune. Number 1. Akarso.
Excuse me.
Native to the planet Sekun, the Akarso is known for its oblong green and white striped leaves, visual evidence of its adaptation. These color bands indicate active photosynthesis and protective dormancy, helping it survive long exposure to intense light. On Arrakis, Akarso is not wild. It is nurtured. Grown in botanical stations, it represents the hope of ecological renewal for the Fremen. Even ornamental plants like Akarso signify the promise of greenery amid the sands. Number 2. Creosote bush. A survivor of Earth's deserts, the creosote bush has adapted well to Arrakis' harsh terrain. Its pungent aroma signals its resilience. Tiny wax-coated leaves seal in moisture while its extensive roots chase water deep beneath the crust. Fremen use its branches to line cooling pits and sacred spaces. Its presence is considered a spiritual affirmation that life endures where none should. Number 3. Incense bush. To the Fremen, the incense bush is not just a plant, it is a sacred breath. When burned, it releases aromatic compounds believed to repel sand trout and cleanse spiritual energies. Often used in the coming of age rituals and mourning ceremonies, this plant is woven to the Fremen psyche as stillsuits are, or crysknives. Number 4. Poverty grass. Poverty grass grows where nothing else dares. It spreads across fractured rock and nutrient-depleted soil, its fine roots clinging with quiet determination. For ecologists, it's a pioneer plant, laying groundwork for hardier species. For the Fremen, it is a spiritual symbol of humility and the will to begin anew. Number 5. Onion grass. One of the few edible native species, onion grass adds both flavor and nutrition to the sparse Fremen diet. Dried and shredded into spice porridge, or eaten raw in Muad'Dib pizza. In survival kits, it is also often included as a spicing agent. Its gentle pungency has a minor antimicrobial properties, and oftentimes you will see wild Fremen
trying to figure out where I want to build this base at.
Number 6. Burrow bush. The burrow bush is vital to the desert's smallest lives, Muad'Dib. By casting shade and shielding Muad'Dib and other small animals from windstorms, it forms the backbone of Arrakis' micro-ecosystems. Without it, entire food chains would collapse in some regions. Number 7. Sand verbena. Sand verbena is ephemeral. Its seeds lie dormant for years, bursting forth only after a rare rain. Their soft petals emerge at twilight and wither by dawn. The Fremen associate this blossom with birth, ephemerality, and the rare
base over here because he seems to
While these species of plant are vital, not all Arakian flora is evolved in sand.
Like a
Some
brown
rock,
snowman?
and defended against the planet itself. Among them
What
are
do
the
you mean,
rarest of
a
treasures
brown
of any
snowman?
siege. The fruit-bearing, cultivated species of Arrakis. Number 8. Date palm. Cultivated in domed siege gardens and greenhouses, or in the palatial palace of Arrakeen, date palms yield nutrient.
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by Braun Strowman.
The date is more than food. It is legacy. Every seed planted is a promise passed to the next generation. Number 9. Pomegranate trees. A product of old Earth, rarely grown, pomegranates are a luxury reserved for spiritual leaders and water-rich enclaves. Consumed during rites of passage and remembrance, their seeds are seen as sacred vessels of life. Number 10. Desert melons. Genetically engineered to retain water, these melons are a triumph of planetology. Pioneered by Pardo kinds, The
What's
desert
a bronze
melons are part of
snowman?
Fremen hospitality traditions,
Strowman?
often included are melon
Is that a
juice
person that I
and
haven't
melon
heard of? Is that
slices.
the
Rare,
is that the
sweet,
deal there?
and deeply symbolic of trust, both of these actions are part of the Fremen tradition.
That sounded like a spice blow.
Number 11. Citron and lemon trees. Grown mostly in botanical stations, citrus trees are a resource and a relic of old Earth. Citron oils are used in medicine. Lemon rinds and lemon slices are oftentimes used on muad'Dib pizza and serve both hygiene and ritual purification. Number 12. Grapes and vines. While the Fremen disdain the indulgence, offworlders and nobles prize Arrakis-grown grapes. Often traded, dried, or fermented, they represent the imbalance of luxury amid scarcity. Number 13. Juice plants. Used in spice harvest expedition, these are pressed
That
into
might be the play
hydrating
there.
pods, a blend of science,
There,
necessity,
there.
and survival in its purest form.
Let me hop on my
Number 14.
little buggy here. and see
Vine
what's shaking.
eucalyptus. Climbing over rocks and structures, this plant emits a methylated aroma. Fremen herbalists use it to clear lungs after cave smoke exposure or spice cloud inhalation. Number 15. Gift to the thirsty. A legendary plant in Fremen myth, it is said to collect dew in its holiest of holy stalks. Whether real or imagined, it represents the dream of self-sufficient survival on a world that is everything but. The plants we've seen so far, whether native or imported, represent more than simple survival. They are fragments of an audacious dream, a dream that Arrakis could one day flourish with life. That vision had a beginning. It had a mind behind it, and it began not with the Fremen, nor with the Emperor, but with one man, Pardo Kynes. The vision of Pardo Kynes. Before Liet Kynes and his daughter Channy continued the ecological dream, there was his father, Pardo Kynes, the first Imperial planetologist assigned to Arrakis by decree of the Emperor. Pardo arrived not as a conqueror, but as a student. Where others saw lifeless wasteland, he saw patterns, rhythms of wind, life under sand, and the potential for systemic rebirth. He proposed an audacious plan: terraform Arrakis. His vision was not to erase the desert, but to tame and balance it, with the careful introduction of lichen, grasses, wind traps, and
Tons
cloud
of fucking
seeding.
water.
He imagined a centuries-long transformation, one that would culminate in a self-sustaining cycle of water retention and plant propagation. Pardo was not loved by the Imperium, but he was revered by the Fremen. They saw in his vision not imperial arrogance, but reverence. They called him a prophet. He died in a cave-in, but his legacy was inherited and magnified by Liet, who would eventually become Imperial planetologist as well, and continue his father's long ecological game. The botanical testing stations. The heart of this planetary vision beat in the botanical testing stations. These were not just gardens, they were laboratories, sanctuaries, and sometimes temples. In hidden crevasses and atop shielded plateaus, Pardo and Liet Kynes oversaw the growth of multiple species from other worlds, from hardy lichens, nitrogen-fixing plants, and all the way to gene-forged trees designed to anchor in the dunes of Arrakis. These stations monitored everything: soil acidity, moisture retention, sandworm avoidance, wind distribution, and they were used to study which plants would become keystone species in a desert ecosystem. One such station held over 200 species, a ratio of native to alien flora designed to test integration and competition from throughout the Imperium on Dune. The Fremen would protect these sites with their lives, understanding that each stem, each bud, was a drop in the ocean, their descendants that might one day walk beside. Now, not all Imperial testing stations were known to Liet Kynes. Some contain horrific experiments conducted by not only the Sardukar, but that of imperial scientists. To know the plants of Arrakis is to understand its very soul. These are not merely organisms. They are ideas, memories, ambitions. Every leaf and petal resists extinction. Every root drinks from a well of hope. In a world where water is sacred and life is fragile, these plants are prayers in green, each one whispered across dunes and time. Join us in the next episode as we venture beyond the flora and fauna of the desert and into the fungal depths of the spice cycle itself, where transformation begins in the darkness of life's very formation.
Let's see, I think there's a setting in here somewhere that has to do with the snap.
If you enjoyed what you saw here, I would appreciate it very much so if you could give this video a like. It helps out the channel very much, and I will be able to continue making this content for you in the future. Please follow me here with the subscription button. This has been your humble Mentat Swordmaster, Lupercal8796, with another Dune Primer film book. See you next time. I pride myself on correcting myself when incorrect. As such, there are corrections to previous episodes in this lore series. 1. Futars were created by the Beni Tleilax, not the Honored Matres, specifically to hunt the Honored Matres. 2. The Beni Tleilax live on Tleilax, not eggs.
Let's see.
Thank you, and I hope you will accept this humble apology from your Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Duke. In the vast deserts of Arrakis, power does not come from armies, nor gold, nor titles, nor even oil. No,
Three, so
it
there's
comes
1, 2.
from this. A single grain, a
2.
vibrant, violet, crystalline ochre gold, laced with a scent of cinnamon and revelation. This is the spice melange, the most valuable substance in the universe. Today, we unravel its origins, its many uses, and the horrific price it exacts. I am Lupercal8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Duke. And today's Dune Universe Primer is the Spice Melange. Origin, uses,
incline,
and the true cost of power. Number 1. The origin of the spice. The Spice Melange is not mined. It is not synthesized. It is born. And it is born only to one world, Arrakis. The desert planet known by the Fremen as Dune. A brutal, inhospitable wasteland where the sun kills unprotected flesh in minutes, but deep beneath the sand, life thrives, monstrous, ancient, and sacred. Spice is the byproduct of a complex biological cycle centered around the great sandworms of Arrakis. The process begins with the sand trout leathery proto-organisms that absorb water with obsessive hunger. When enough water is accumulated by these sand trout, they form a pre-spice mass deep underground. After a process of complicated fermentation, with a few different fungal species, the mass builds pressure until it explodes to the surface in what is known as a spice blow. The resulting cloud of gas and particulates settle, crystallize, and become melange. But if water were to touch this mass before it explodes, it is destroyed, and and so too go the worms. Number 2. The effects of spice melange. Melange is addictive, terminally so. Even in small doses, it extends life, enhances vitality, and sharpens the mind. To some, it grants prescience, to others, madness. For the Spacing Guild, spice is the only means of safe interstellar travel. By ingesting massive quantities of spice gas, navigators undergo a terrifying metamorphosis, mutating into inhuman entities who can fold space with their minds, navigating the stars through glimpses of the future. They do not pilot in the traditional sense. They become the vessel itself, binding their warped procession to the currents of time and possibility. In so doing, they shed their humanity almost entirely, existing in tanks of gaseous spice, unable to survive without it. They are able to bend time and space and create what is effectively an Einstein-Rosen bridge between 2 points in space. For the Bene Gesserit, spice is the key to the other memory, the genetic soul of the female line. Through controlled ingestion, a Reverend Mother unlocks the mental archive of all her female ancestors, spanning countless generations. This memory, layered, silent, watchful, is a double-edged gift, a source of immense insight, and an unbearable psychological burden. For the Tleilaxu, melange is not merely a drug, it is a tool. They utilize spice in bioengineering, using it to extend cellular viability in golas and accelerate the gestation of their genetic abominations. Spice also enriches their axolotl breeding tanks, and rumors persist that their own masters, always hidden, partake of spice in such dense concentrations they develop hive-like memory across clone bodies. Mentats, the human computers of the Imperium, do not require spice, but some, especially those trained in the schools of Ix and the Sook, use microdoses to enhance memory retention through the juice of Safu. It also increases neural speed and synaptic clarity. For these enhanced thinkers, spice is akin to cerebral lightning, brief, illuminating, and dangerous when overused. For the Kwisatz Haderach, the spice opens every door, past, present, future, all visible, all crushing. Only he can walk the Seker Nabwai, the golden path, without going mad. Only he can see where the futures converge, and yet, even he is bound to the spice, and even he pays the ultimate price. Number 3. Political dominance. He who controls the spice controls the universe. This is no mere exaggeration. The economy, the nobility, the military, the guild, all of it runs on melange. For centuries, natural melange harvested from Arrakis remained the single point of leverage in all galactic politics. The planet itself became a fulcrum of the Empire, a desert jewel coveted, feared, and fought over. Control of Arrakis was not just territorial, it was existential.
A little more easily accessible that way.
Risen and fallen by the flow of spice. Treachery is common. Betrayal is expected. In a bold bid to serve House Carino's reliance on Arrakis, Emperor Shaddam IV commissioned the development of a synthetic alternative, codenamed Project Amal. It worked. Amal was produced, but its properties were unstable. It required intensive production infrastructure, and its effects were short-lived. And for many factions, especially the Bene Gesserit and the Spacing Guild, Amal was considered dangerously inferior. When tested by the Bene Gesserit, Amal disrupted the delicate balance of other memory. The Guild found that the prescient navigation with Amal was unreliable and often fatal. In the end, Amal was not a savior, it was a scandal. The secrecy surrounding its development, its rejection by the Guild, and the exposure of Shaddam's desperation ultimately undermined House Carino's standing. It was not spice that ended Shaddam's reign, but his attempt to replace it. Number 4. The Fremen and the Spice. To the outside world, spice is power. To the Fremen, it is life itself. They are born into spice, breathe it from the first moments in their blue eyes. The eyes of Abad mark them as children of Arrakis. They use it in food, in ritual, in prophecy. Only a reverend mother can survive the agony of the water of life, a poison made from the drowning of a juvenile sandworm, and only among the Fremen have some women dared to survive it unaided. Spice is woven into every part of Fremen culture. It enhances combat reflexes during raids. It preserves the dead. It is inhaled during orgiastic rites of memory sharing, where tribal history becomes a living, breathing presence.
Oh, shit, I busted my,
the spice
hit my mic.
is their teacher, their ancestor, and their god. Even their dreams are shaped by it. Spice empowers them, but it also dooms them. They are bound to Arrakis by more than sand and sieges. They are people addicted, spiritually, biologically, historically, to the very lifeblood of their world. Number 5. Withdrawal and dependence. Once spice enters the body, there is no return. Withdrawal is always fatal. Organs fail, nerves collapse, minds disintegrate. The Guild, the Sisterhood, the Landsrat, they're all addicted to it. For the Navigators, a lack of spice means not just death, but the end of space travel. For a Reverend Mother, the loss severs her from thousands of ancestral voices, leaving her mind fractured and derelict. For those in power, its absence means political suicide. For the common folk who have tasted it, the end is quiet and cruel. There are no spice rehabilitation clinics, no weaning protocols. Once addicted, one is internally enslaved to a substance, to a planet, and to the inevitable. The Imperium is built on a foundation of cinnamon-scented death. Without spice, civilization ends. Without civilization, spice would continue to flow. Number 6. Artificial spice.
That sucked.
But what if spice could be made and not harvested? Following the failure and political fallout of Project Amal, the pursuit of artificial melange continued. Not in the open halls of power, but in the vaults of secrecy. The Tleilaxu, ever ambitious and secretive, began producing synthetic spice strains. Their creations, nicknamed Neria, Shy's Tears, and Red Bloom, were unstable and erratic in potency, and often caused mutations in both body and mind. The Ixian pioneers of forbidden technology tried their hand as well. Their methods blended computation with chemistry, attempting to algorithmically map the psychoreactive properties of spice. While they achieved temporary cognitive enhancements, the prescient effect remained elusive, diluted, and ultimately unreliable. During the reign of Leda II, God, Emperor, and Tyrant, artificial spice was produced under a state monopoly. Its creation was permitted only within the strict bounds as a tool of control, not liberation. The God Emperor rationed it to loyal factions, never trusting any synthetic variant to fully replace the divine ecology of the Shai Halud. In every attempt, the lesson remained the same. Melange is not merely chemical, it is theology, ecology, and destiny. To replicate it is to mimic a god, and the universe does not tolerate pretenders. Number 7. Beyond the geriatric spice melange. And yet, it is only the beginning. There are those who see not just into the future, but into every possible future. And they know spice is not the end of the story. It is the first page of a far more terrible gospel. The saga of doom is far from over. A grain of spice, a billion lives, a trillion deaths. One planet, one path, one price. The spice must flow.
So those are in the right spot now, at least. Oh, shit. Okay.
This has been your humble Mentat Swordmaster Lupercal 8796, but a shadow of my Duke. If you liked this video and like the content that I make, I would greatly appreciate it if you would subscribe to the video, like the video, and share it with others. Also, if you do not follow me on Twitch, feel free to go follow me, because starting on the 5th through the 9th, I will be giving away Dune props, from a Thumper bookmark all the way to an actual life-sized Thumper. On the grand prize for each of those days will be a copy of the game Dune Awakening. Also, on the 10th, I will be giving away one Ultimate Edition along with a custom-painted pain box from the Bene Gesserit, as well as a 24-karat silver gilded Gom Jabbar. Until next time, may Shai Halud bless your passage.
Okay, so...
The year is 10191 AG, when the Imperium stood at its zenith. Humanity spans over thousands of planets, but today we focus on those that truly shape the fate of the universe. This is Planets of Power, the Worlds of Dune. I am Lupercal 8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Duke. Here with yet another primer in the Dune universe, and these are the Worlds of Dune. Number 1. IV Anbus. A scarcely charted world, known only as the birthplace of the philosopher Tabana, who centuries ago taught that the hearts of all men dwell in the same wilderness. In 10191 AG, IV Anbus remains a remote footnote in Imperial history, its fame resting solely on Tabana's legacy of spiritual insight. Number 2. Al-Danab. An artificial hell world secretly maintained by the Bene Gesserit as a harsh training ground. Al-Danab's climate is said to be even more brutal than the Emperor's prison planet, with high cliffs, dry and frigid winds, and deadly scarcity of water. Only Sisterhood initiates really know its trials, as the planet serves as a constant testing crucible, far from prying eyes. Number 3. Alpha Corvus. Once a synchronized world under the thinking machine empire of Omnius, Alpha Corvus met its end during the Butlerian Jihad's final crusade. It was obliterated in the Great Purge of machine planets, its mechanical overlords exterminated. Today, nothing remains of Alpha Corvus but historical cautionary tales, and the memory that human slaves were later found alive amid its ruins. Number 4. Arrakis. Fremen name Dune. Arrakis, known universally by the Fremen as Dune, is the most crucial planet in the Imperium, a harsh desert world that is the sole source of the spice melange. Endless dunes and scorching winds define its landscape. There are no open seas or rainfall, only a few weathered rock outcroppings and the great flat pan areas that hint at ancient oceans long since vanished. Despite its desolation, Arrakis produces the substance that makes interstellar travel possible and extends life, the addictive geriatric spice melange that lies scattered in its sands. Harvesting this wealth is perilous in the extreme. Colossal sandworms guard the spice sands emerging from beneath the dunes to destroy any who linger too long. Culturally, Arrakis is home to the Fremen, a fierce desert people who adapted the planet's deadly climate over centuries and dream of someday transforming it into a green world. By 10191 AG, Control of Arrakis is the prize over which emperors, nobles, and guildsmen scheme. House Atreides is poised to inherit the fief from House Harkonnen in that year, but treachery and jihad loom on the horizon. Arrakis's fate is the moment that will soon reshape the entire galaxy, for whomever controls Dune controls the spice, and with it, the universe. Number 5. Arbelo. A quiet backwater world in 10191 AG, unremarkable to the Imperium at large. Millennia hence, Arbelo will gain note as the site of a fierce battle during the Scattering, but in the current age it is simply another name on star charts, peaceful and obscure. Number 6. Artesia. The capital planet of House Talagari, renowned for its culture and politics, Artesia hosts the Landsraad Senate and the famed Ingravid Opera, making it a center of high society. Not long ago, a grand Senate meeting here ended in tragedy when a dispute over the Emperor's brutality led to an attack that killed the Talagari spokesman, Glax Othin, and millions of others. Artesia's gleaming halls now stand as both a beacon of civilization and a memorial to those that were lost. Number 7. Atar. A sparsely settled low-gravity planet briefly touched by the spread of Muad'Dib's jihad. Fremen warriors found Atar's gentle gravity disorienting during their campaigns. Other than that passing note in history, Atar remains a quiet world. Its harmonious elevations and queer depths know only a few travelers. Number 8. Balut. An ancestral fiefdom in the Imperium, now largely forgotten, Balut's name survives primarily in connection to Imperial history, notably as the surname of Shando Balut, a concubine of Emperor Elrud IX, but planet itself plays no significant role in 10191 AG's events. Its legacy lives on only in the archives and bloodlines of the Carino court. Number 9. Barandiku. The little-known planet on the fringes of the Imperium, Barandiku, holds no strong position or resources in 10191 AG, and is seldom mentioned outside of an exhaustive star catalogues. Its most notable feature may simply be its obscurity. Number 10. Bikal. A verdant jungle world that became a bloody battleground during the so-called Great Spice War. In recent decades, the House Atreides and its allies fought the Harkonnen-Tleilaxu alliance on Bakal's soil. Today, a war memorial stands on Sensar Plateau of Bakal, honoring those who fell in brutal skirmishes. Lush and green, the planet now knows peace, though reminders of war dot its landscapes. Number 11. Belatugus, the 5th planet of the Kunsik system. Remembered as the 3rd stopping place of the Zensunni wanderers during their long pilgrimage, Belatugus was once refuge for those migrant peoples who would later become the Fremen of Arrakis. By Imperial times, it is a backwater. Yet, its name endures in Fremen oral histories as an early way station before the Zensunni ultimately found Dune. Number 12. Biarek. A cold, rebellious planet that briefly flared into history during the turmoil after the fall of Alia. Not long ago, a fierce local uprising on Biarek had to be put down in the interregnum before the ascent of Leto II. Now Biarek has returned to relative obscurity. It remains a frigid, provincial world, noteworthy mainly as a reminder that even minor worlds can breed great unrest. Number 13. Buzzle. A frigid ocean planet speckled with tidally islands, Buzzle is best known for its Sue stones. Iridescent gems produced by native sea creatures. Much like pearls, these Sooth stones are prized in Imperial markets. Though gathering them is perilous, the Bene Gesserit quietly control Buzzle as a punishment planet, exiling the disgrace to harvest jewels from its icy seas. Few outside the Sisterhood visit this bleak, glittering world. Number 14. Caladan. Caladan is a lush oceanic planet known for its blue seas, gentle rains, and prosperous agriculture. A world utterly unlike Arrakis's barrens. For over 10,000 years, Caladan was the beloved ancestral fief of House Atreides. Under Atreides' stewardship, the planet flourished as a peaceful duchy. Its valleys thick with pundi rice and vineyards, its fisheries teeming with abundant sea life, and its people fiercely loyal to their rulers. The Atreides kept Caladan a green paradise with relatively low industrial development, in stark contrast to the pollution and brutality of, say, Harkonnen-held Gadi Prime. By 10191 AG, this long era is coming to an abrupt end. Duke Leto Atreides has been ordered by the Emperor to relinquish Caladan and remove his house to Arrakis. The transition is bittersweet as the Atreides depart, handing Caladan's governance to an imperial proxy, Count Hasamir Fenring, in absentia. The planet's gentle populace mourns their loss of their enlightened lords. Caladan's seas and storms will persist as they always have, but the golden age of Atreides rule has passed into memory. Number 15. Sidon. A world famous for one thing, its fire jewels, Sidon's mines produce some of the most coveted red-orange gemstones in the Imperium. Many a noble's crown includes a Sidon fire jewel, though by 10191 AG, Sidon itself is otherwise unremarkable. Beyond its gem trade, this planet plays little part in imperial affairs, content to quietly enrich the houses with its fiery treasures. Number 16. Chusuk. Chusuk is widely famed as the music planet of the Imperium. Celebrated for the exquisite quality of its musical instruments and arts, its workshop produced balisets of such superior craft, those of House of Aroda of Chusuk, are known on worlds light years away. This devotion to music and art has deep cultural roots. Chusuk is home to a devout Nava-Christian community, whose spiritual traditions gave rise to the planet's renowned musical heritage. As a result, nearly every form of art, painting, sculpture, poetry, finds rich patronage under Chusuk's ruling house Mituli. But it is music that truly defines the planet's soul. Chusuk's very name evokes melodies drifting through nighttime bazaars and choirs singing in golden chapels. Though politically not a major power, Chusuk's influence travels with every troubadour and instrument across the galaxy. By 10191 AG, Chusuk remains a relatively peaceful and unspoiled world. Its role in the Imperium is cultural and spiritual, a place where the rigid feudal order gives way to song, and where even hardened warriors pause to admire the craftsmanship of a 9-string baliset, tuned to the Chusuk scale. Number 17. Corrin. An empty, haunted name in the Imperial annals, Corrin was the site of humanity's victory over the thinking machines, and the birthplace of House Corrino's rule millennia ago. At the Battle of Corrin near Sigma Draconis in 88 BG, the final machine armies were defeated by Fakan Butler, who took the surname Corrino to mark the triumph. By 10191 AG, Corrin itself is a backwater world of little strategic value, but its legacy lives on in the Imperial family name and the very dating system of the Imperium. Number 18. Crompton. A distant planet circling the star Sutterer 4041, named for a guild navigator of old. Crompton is shrouded in mystery. Rumor speaks of ancient alien-looking ruins on its surface, though no intelligent alien species exist. Leto II would one day hide secret hordes here, but in 10191 AG, this world remains an enigma seldom visited. To the Imperium, Crompton is a lonely outpost with secrets yet untold. Number 19. Dur. A thickly forested world in the far reaches of the Imperium, Dur's endless woods and wilds have kept it largely isolated. It is notable mainly as the birthplace of a minor religious sect in Heretics of Dune, but in 10191 AG, the planet Dur holds no particular political or economic weight. It slumbers quietly under a green canopy, untouched by the struggles that grip the more important worlds of the Imperium. Number 20. Earth. Old Terra. The legendary ancestral home of humanity. By 10191 AG, Old Earth exists only in myth and scattered historical whispers. Ancient Terra of the Golden Age, after the Butlerian Jihad, almost all records of Earth were lost or suppressed. Few in the Imperium even know if Earth still survives. God Emperor Leto II's chronicles imply that Earth no longer truly existed by his time. To the people of 10191 AG, Earth is a half-forgotten origin story, its deserts and oceans the stuff of childhood lessons and religious texts rather than a real place one could find among the stars. Number 21. Ikaz. Ikaz is a verdant garden planet famous for its exotic flora and powerful substances those plants yield. Sometimes called the suppliers of paradise and poison, Ikaz produces such coveted commodities as the sappho juice used by mentats and the delirium-inducing alaca wood, whose burnt residue forms the narcotics alaca drug and simuta. The planet ruling house, House Ikaz, has long leveraged those rare resources to amass wealth and influence. Ikazi artisans also create renowned works of art from the planet's rich hardwoods and shimmering crystals. Yet Ikaz's history is not without turmoil. A bitter generations-long feud with House Moritani of Grumman embroiled Ikaz in a war of assassins that only recently ended. Duke Leto Atreides himself was drawn into this conflict via a doomed betrothal to an Ikazi princess, according to some accounts. Culturally, Ikaz values creativity and diplomacy to counterpoint its rivals' treachery. By 10191 AG, Archduke Armand Ikaz presides over a court famed for patronage of the arts and subtle politicking. Ikaz's lush forests remain largely intact under the Archduke's careful hand. The planet continues to export botanical marvels and miracle drugs across the Imperium. It is a world of both beauty and danger, where a simple cup of sappho or carved figurine might carry the power to change destinies. Number 22. Enfile. A nearly anonymous planet at the Empire's edge. Enfile has no famous exports or incidents to its name. It drifts through Imperial records as a minor locale, significant only to the few traders who pass through it. In the year 10191, Enfile's voice is a quiet one, unheard in the councils to power. Number 23. Gar. A small planet whose mention in Imperial archives is fleeting at best, Gar lies off the main spice trade lines. Contributing little to the wealth or conflicts of the Imperium, it remains an agricultural and fishing world of local importance, virtually unknown to outsiders. Number 24. Galicia. A mid-sized civilized world that has thus far avoided the spotlight, Galicia's claim to fame is minimal. Perhaps a regional market in fine textiles, perhaps a mention in a Bene Gesserit report, but nothing that resonates empire-wide. In 10191 AG, Galicia is simply one more of the Landsraad's many loyally governed provinces. A peaceful, yet unspectacular world. Number 25. Gamon. Gamon is notoriously known as the Pleasure Planet, a hedonistic world wholly devoted to sensual delights and decadent entertainment. Fabled floating pleasure cities drift upon Gamon's warm seas, each a labyrinth of exotic theaters, perfumed gardens, and delight houses where any indulgence can be attained for the right price. The planet's primary export is pleasure itself, from trained passion slaves sought by nobles to elaborate experiences tailored to sate the most jaded of appetites. Underneath this glossy facade lies a complex web of control. Officially, House Moritani holds the contractual fief of Garmon, using it to enrich their coffers, but the Bene Tlilax also maintain a quiet presence here, supplying bioengineered entertainments and subtly steering certain illicit trades. By 10191 AG, Gamon's reputation for excess rivals even that of legendary Junction or Gamu's Sin City districts in the future. It remains the Imperia's escape valve for lust and vice, a shimmering neon-lit sphere where the rigid rules of society melt away in endless nights of ecstasy. Yet in the shadows of its pleasure palaces, one may find hints of darkness, whispered stories of lives lost of debauchery, and of Tlilaxu experiments done in the name of pleasure that push the boundaries of not only science, but morality itself. Number 26. Gansereed, an obscure planet remembered only because of a quaint coincidence. It harbors a tiny village called London, a name otherwise associated with ancient old Earth. Joe II, with his vast ancestral memory, once reflected that only London people know was a village on Ganasreed. Aside from this odd footnote, Ganasreed has no influence. It's a quiet world whose claim to fame is merely preserving an old Terra name in miniature. Number 27, Gadi Prime, or Gamu. Gadi Prime is a heavily industrialized world and the longtime home of the cruel House Harkonnen. Under Harkonnen dominion, the planet was transformed into polluted forge of industry, its skies choked with smoke, its soil stained with oil, and its photosynthetic life all but annihilated by millennia of strip mining and manufacturing. The Harkonnens preserved only a few pockets of the original forest, the valuable Palingatum groves, for timber and profit, letting the rest of Gadi Prime degenerate into a volcanic, blackened wasteland. In the Harkonnen cities where night dominates under a dim sun, the populace is kept cowed with brutality and spectacle. Giant arenas host gladiatorial contests and blood sports. Even the Baron's favored nephew, Fade Rautha, famously slaughtered slaves in these arenas to bolster Harkonnen pride. By 10191 AG, Gadi Prime stands as a symbol of oppression and excess. The common folk live in squalor and fear, while the Harkonnen elite revel in the decadence atop their spires. After the fall of House Harkonnen, the scarred planet would be given a chance at renewal. Renamed Gamu under Atreides' stewardship, but in 10191, such a future is barely imaginable. For now, Gadi Prime's forge fanes belch fire day and night, fueling the Harkonnen war machine and reminding the Imperium what unchecked greed can wreak upon a world. Number 28. Ganaz. Ganaz is an ocean-covered planet famed for one thing above all, the Sword Masters of Ganaz, an order of warriors without equal. In ages past, the noble house Ganaz ruled this world and established a martial academy that became legendary for producing the finest bladesmen in the galaxy. Training on Ganaz was said to require 8 years of relentless physical and mental discipline, and those who emerged as swordmasters bore the title with deadly honor. These duelists for hire serve as mainly champions, instructors, and military advisors to the great houses. The very name Ganaz, in a fighter's pedigree, commands respect across the Imperium. However, the fortunes of House Ganaz waned due to a bitter feud with the upstart House Moritani, who eventually exterminated the Ganaz ruling line in a war of assassins before the time of Dune. By 10191, House Ganaz is no more as a political entity, but its legacy survives in the scattered swordmasters carrying on the techniques and philosophies of Ganaz school. Duke Leto Atreides' trusted weapons trainer Duncan Idaho, for example, is swordmaster of Ganaz, proof that even in an era where the formal school has vanished, its living graduates continue to shape history. Ganaz, the planet itself, remains inhabited and independent, a quiet water world, monument to a bygone chivalric tradition, where lone masters still train pupils in the art of the blade, keeping the flame of Ganaz alive through the dark years. Number 29. Grumman. Grumman is a world defined by vendetta and shadow. Being the ancestral home of House Moritani, a house major notorious for its mastery of assassination and deceit. For generations, the name Grumman has been chiefly associated with the long-standing blood feud between the Moritani and the Swordmaster House of Ganaz. That conflict ultimately culminating in the sanctioned War of Assassins, which saw House Ganaz destroyed and Moritani triumphant thanks in part to coveted support from the Emperor Shaddam IV. In the aftermath, House Moritani's reputation as the Assassin's House only deepened. Culturally, Grumman under Moritani rule is austere and dangerous. The planet's society prizes cunning over honor. Its nobles are said to train in poison lore and stealth tactics from childhood. Not even duels on Grumman follow the rules of Canley. A hidden knife or secondary poison is expected. It is whispered where Duncan Idaho remarked his sword was first blooded on Grumman, he referred to participating in the Ganaz-Moritani feud on this deadly ground. By 10191 AG, House Moritani remains in control of Grumman, though greatly diminished in standing after the feud. They nurse grudges in the dark, lending mercenaries and silent blades to do others' dirty work. To the wider Imperium, Grumman is a cautionary tale, a planet where honor fell to treachery, and where the arts of subterfuge reign supreme. Number 30. Hagal. Known across the Imperium as the Jewel Planet, Hagal is the second planet of Theta Sheaway, once supplied many of the crown jewels adorning imperial families. Its mines produce Zeus stones and exquisite fire opals in abundance. Those mines were completely exhausted over 1,000 years ago under Padishah Emperor Shaddam I, after which Hagal's wealth faded. Subsequent emperors still sit on a massive throne carved from a blue-green Hagal quartz, a glittering reminder of Hagal's one-time splendor. Now, however, Hagal itself, largely mined out and quiet, a husk of the jewel-rich world it was in ages past. Number 31. Harmontep. A swampy, mist-laden planet orbiting Delta Pavonis, the same star as Caladan. Long ago, Harmontep sheltered a colony of Sensuni wanderers seeking refuge. In 203 BG, thinking machine slavers from Tlulax raided a Sensuni village here, seizing captives, among them an ancestor of the Fremen Ishmael, and selling them to Poretrin. Sometime afterward, Harmontep was utterly destroyed for reasons lost to time. By the time of Muad'Dib, only fragmentary legends of the Wanderers of Harmontep remain. Number 32. Hesra. An uninhabited world of endless ice, during the Butlerian Jihad, 6 disembodied Cogitor scholars chose Hesra's frozen isolation as their sanctuary. There, they pondered pure thought amid the glaciers, far from the war. Outside of that quirky footnote, Hesra has no part in imperial affairs. It is a silent, frozen globe, largely forgotten after the Jihad. Number 33. Ishkal. A planet known in name more than fact, Ishkal has no notable exports, battles, or persons tied to it in imperial records.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
It might be
What's
a minor
going on?
industrial world or a quiet pilgrimage site. Even the Imperial Cartographic Agency notes it only in passing. In essence, Ishkal drifts through 10191 AG as a dim ember of civilization, awaiting some future narrative to give it life. Number 34. Ishia. Another obscurity among the Imperium's multitude of worlds, Ishia is presumably inhabited, as every entry in the Imperial Registry is, but nothing of consequence has ever been reported from there. No doubt Ishia's people live out their days under the same sun, loyal to the throne, but the planet's name rings no bells in the halls of power. Number 35. Ix. Rodale 9 Zuta. Ix, so named because it is the 9th planet of its star, Rodale, is the Imperium's hub of high technology and innovation. Beneath its barren, rocky surface, the Ixians operate enormous subterranean factories and research facilities, turning out complex machinery that often skirts the edge of what is allowed by the Butlerian's Jihad commandments. The very term Ixian has become synonymous with technological genius and occasional hubris. As their inventions range from life-saving devices to forbidden computers, historically Ix was ruled by the wealthy House Varinus, and its capital beneath the domed city of Varini produced marvels for millennia. However, in the waning years of the Carino Empire, Emperor Shaddam IV colluded with the Beni Tleilax to invade and occupy Ix. The Tleilaxu seized the planet in a coup, renaming it Zuta and implementing their own secret programs, notably Project Amal, and an attempt to create synthetic spice. For a time, the Ixians were enslaved or exiled, while Tleilaxu masters and Imperial Sardaukar ran planet's industries. This tyranny did not last. Just before 10191 AG, loyalists of House Varinus, aided by allies like Duke Leto Atreides, liberated Ix and restored its name. Thus, by 10191 AG, Ix is free again, though scarred by the recent occupation. The resurrected Ixian economy hums with renewed vigor, supplying the Imperium with cutting-edge inventions, Ixian globes, suspensor devices, and even experimental no-ships, while quietly ensuring that no tyrant ever infiltrates their world so easily again. The story of Ix is one of resilience. From Rodale 9 to Zuta and back to Ix, the planet endures as a beacon of humanity, ingenuity, in an empire that often teeters between wonder and fear of its own creations. Number 36. Junction, Kolhar. The guarded headquarters of the Spacing Guild, Junction is a planet devoted entirely to the Guild's purposes. It holds the only known navigator school and vast construction yards for Highliner starships. Outsiders are not welcome, and Guild security shrouds Junction in secrecy. It was originally known as Kolar in the League era. In centuries to come, even the honored Matres will covet this world for its strategic value, but in 10191 AG, Junction remains firmly in Guild hands, a linchpin of human space travel and utterly neutral in politics. Number 37. Catane. Catane is the opulent heart of the Imperium in 10191 AG, a symbol of central power, tradition, and imperial splendor. Orbiting the star Alpha Piscium, this shining world replaced Seleucia Secundus as the capital of the Carino Empire after atomic ruin forced a relocation thousands of years ago. Where Seleucia was once austere and rugged, Catane became its luminous counterpart, a stage of grand architecture, imperial pomp, and the public theater of power. The planet is home to the Golden Lion Throne, the seat of the Padishah Emperor. Housed within the domed imperial palace of towering structure carved by generations of master architects, Catane's cities are vast and ceremonial. Its avenues are wide enough for Guild Highliners to be visible in the sky without being blocked. The design, deliberate to inspire awe, to intimidate, to maintain the myth of Carino divinity. But beneath its surface refinement lies deep tension. Catane is a spiderweb of courtly intrigue where houses minor and major alike vie for imperial favor, where the Landsraad Council convenes under watchful eyes, and where the Emperors balance diplomacy with silent threats of Sardaukar intervention. In 10191 AG, Catane is ruled by Emperor Shaddam Carino IV, whose reign is elegant but brittle. Threatened by shifting winds of power, guild manipulation, and the growing mysticism surrounding House Atreides, as the Atreides prepare to take Arrakis, the fate of the Imperium still rests in Catane's gilded halls. A planet as dazzling as it is dangerous, where ceremonies mask conspiracy and even whisper might become law. Catane remains the center of the known universe, but not, perhaps, for much longer after 10191. Number 38. Khorana 3. A planet that harkens back to the League of Nobles before the Imperium. Khorana 3 was once counted amongst the League of Worlds. Though history records little else about it, by the time of the Carinos, Khorana 3 is a quiet provincial world with no significant influence. Its chief pride is being old. It has watched empires rise and fall, content to endure on the sidelines. Number 39. Commodore. Another world from the long-ago League of Nobles, Commodore joined the League's alliance against the Thinking Machines, but after the Jihad, it faded into obscurity. In the current Imperium, Commodore holds no Landsraad seat of note. It survives as a modest, loyal world whose ancient heritage is remembered only by historians. Number 40. Cronin. A minor planet that has never distinguished itself in Imperial history. Cronin's economy and culture are ordinary, and it has produced no renowned heroes nor infamous villains. Like many such worlds, Cronin simply is, contributing its quota to the Imperial tax rolls and living in the shadow of grander planets. Even its exact location is known mainly to navigators and strategists. Number 41. Lampedos. A green, tranquil planet that serves as a major Bene Gesserit sanctuary, Lampedos boasts one of the Sisterhood's largest training schools for Reverend Mothers, a hidden collegiate city where spiritual and mental disciplines are passed to each new generation. In 10191 AG, Lampedas thrives quietly under Bene Gesserit protection, its surface dotted with cloisters and libraries. Many years from now, Lampedas will be tragically annihilated by the honored Matres, an event that will claim millions of lives, but such a fate is unknown and unforeseen in the current era. This concludes Part 1 of The Planets of Power, Worlds of Doom. I am Lupercal 8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Duke. We shall return to this topic very soon. Thank you. This is Part 2 of The Planets of Power, Worlds of Doom. I am Lupercal 8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Doom, here with yet another primer in the Doom universe. This is Part 2 of The Worlds of Doom. Number 42, Lennox Vale. An icy maritime planet renowned for its prized whale fur exports, Lennox Vale's vast frozen oceans are home to the massive Bajondax whales, whose fur is coveted by the wealthiest in the Imperium Asses. House Harkonnen has long held Lennox as a secondary fief, and under the Harkonnens, the indigenous hunters were cruelly exploited. It's said Count Glossu Raban earned his nickname the Beast while overseeing Lennox whaling stations. Nonetheless, the whale fur trade continues, making its otherwise cold, dark world quietly rich. Number 43, Lernaeus. A little-known planet whose name surfaces only in exhaustive Imperial inventories, Lernaeus has no famous products of strategic importance in 10191 AG. It may be an agro world or a minor house fief, but nothing has thrust Lernaeus into the galactic spotlight. To most, it is but a line in the library records, a world awaiting its chance to matter. Number 44, Marken. A negligible world that has remained on the periphery of history, Marken's mention in Imperial Chronicles is scarce. No great battles, no celebrated treasures hail from here. It is likely a stable, somewhat provincial world that has never needed Imperial attention, and thus has happily avoided the misfortunes that often accompany fame. Number 45, Neyushi. A star system in the distant reaches of the Imperium identified with E Scorpii that lends its name to a planet and its system. The most notable world in the Neyushi system is actually Garmal, the hedonistic pleasure planet, third orbit famed from its exotic culture. The planet Neyushi itself holds no great significance in 10191 AG. Its role is largely to mark coordinates on a star map, aside from Garmal. Nothing in the system greatly affects the Imperial affairs. Number 46, Knossos. A minor fief world. Tucked away from the main spice lanes, Knossos enjoys a quiet existence with a small population and modest resources. In Imperial records, it has neither infamy nor renown, no wars fought, no great wealth discovered. Under the Pax Imperium, Knossos simply carries on, loyal and low profile. Number 47, Nova Bruns. The ancestral fief of House Metuli, and a cautionary tale about the price of spice. During the regency of Alia Atreides, the impoverished Metulis sold half of Nova Bruns in exchange for just 321 liters of melange. This astonishing deal underscored the skyrocketing value of spice and the desperations of Houses Minor. Nova Bruns itself, a pleasant, if unexceptional world, dwindled thereafter. By 10191 AG, it remains half in House Metuli's hands, half in others, quietly illustrating how spice greed can reshape worlds. Number 48, Naraj. A resistive planet that became one of the first targets of Muad'Dib's jihad. During Paul Atreides' campaign, Naraj resisted Fremen influence and paid dearly. Paul's armies ultimately conquered Naraj, crushing its rebellion. It's grimly remembered for the battle in which a Fadakim named Othium lost his son's eyes to a stoneburner blast. Number 49, Ortorio. A remote planet of little note existing at the margins of Imperial space, Ortorio is neither especially rich, populous, nor strategically situated, so it remains largely absent from political discourse. In 10191 AG, it is likely a humble mining colony or trade depot serving local needs. To the wider Imperium, Ortorio is virtually invisible, a stable backwater content to remain so. Number 50, Pirella. A minor Imperial world that has never drawn attention to itself. Pirella has a settled population and likely a modest export, perhaps grains or fish, but nothing that would elevate it above countless similar planets. In the grand theater of 10191, Pirella plays the quiet role of an ensemble extra, dutiful, unremarkable, and safe in its obscurity. Number 51, Parmentier. An old world dating back to the time of the League of Nobles, Parmentier was one of the League's founding planets in the fight against Omnius and the Machines. After the Bulgarian Jihad, however, Parmentier's star waned. Now it's sleepy provincial planet with proud antiquity but little contemporary power. Locals still tell stories of the League era, but the Imperium of 10191, Parmentier, is chiefly a historical curiosity, having long since surrendered leadership to newer worlds. Number 52, Ilaro. A virtually anonymous planet under the Emperor's protection, Ilaro's existence is recorded in spacing registry but it has no claim to fame. No spice, no battles, no renown, natives. It is a simple world where life goes on quietly, barring some unforeseen discovery or Ilaro may remain forever an unsung tribute to the universe. Number 51. Yet another league before Shepherds, known to historians but few others. Picnon, allied with the forces of humanity in ancient times. In the modern Imperium, however, it is obscure, small, richly governed. Picnon does not feature any major events in 10. It survives as a farming and artisan planet. Its legacy distant. Number 54, Ponciar. A scarcely mentioned planet that has played no notable part in galactic affairs. Ponciar's name appears in Star Chart's shown surveys, but without distinction. It might have a minor house or a unique local custom, but nothing that echoes beyond the skies. In short, Ponciar quietly orbits the sun, untouched by the grand dramas of the Imperium. 55, Ornithopter. A lush, culturally rich planet once vital to human history. Ornithopter was a Zensui homeland, revered as the origin world of the Waterman's religion. During the Butlerian Jihad era, it was ruled by House Blood. Its posterity built on agriculture and the labor of Zensui and Zenshiite slaves. Ornithopter's capital was eventually destroyed in a violent slave uprising, breaking its power. By Imperial times, Ornithopter's influence has waned, but it remains fertile and populated, proud of its deep heritage. To the Fremen, the word Peritran still carries a reverence of an origin, second only to Earth itself in ancient mythos. Number 56, Quadra. One of the fabled synchronized worlds of the Titans before the Jihad, Quadra was ruled by thinking machines. A cog in Omnius's empire, it was liberated and likely devastated in a crusade against the machines. In 10191 AG, Quadra is a cautionary ruin. Human settlers may have returned, but the planet's identity is forever scarred by the fear that once Quadra was not ours. But it stands as a reminder of what the Butlerian Jihad won back for mankind. Number 57, Renal. A planet so obscure that even its name is rarely spoken, Renal has no notable output or incidents tied to its living memory. It exists as part of a vast fabric of the Imperium, one thread amongst thousands. Number 58, Relicon. A Another world from the old League Nobles alliance. In the ancient crusade against the machines, Relicon lent its strength. Past that era, Relicon receded into anonymity. By the current age, it's a minor imperial world with little to distinguish itself. Perhaps it houses a few war machine relics. Number 59, Renda Tai. A planet barely on the imperial grid, Renda Tai's inclusion in the Imperial Gazetteer is almost the only evidence of its relevance. It has neither strategic location nor famous natives. As such, it remains a quiet corner of the human universe. Number 60, Richese. Richese is an industrial world, renowned for its inventive genius and the manufacture of miraculous machines. For millennia, House Richese would celebrate alongside the Ixion as one of the Imperium's supreme knowledgists. Its workshops turned out everything from ingenious lenses and suspensors to complex devices of miniaturized artifice. The Richesians prided themselves on precision craftsmanship, though they often found themselves in friendly rivalry with the more avant-garde House Varinus of Ix. It was generally accepted that the machines of Ix were superior, a fact that even Richese grudgingly acknowledged. Culturally, Richese valued scholarship and even luxury. It was a major house during the Carino era and counted the Atreides as allies. In bygone centuries, by 1019 AG, however, Richese remains a vital but somewhat overshadowed source of technology. Its planet has avoided the heavy industrial scarring seen elsewhere in the Imperium, instead balancing prosperous vineyards and estates with high-tech manufacturia hidden in its hills. Though no longer at the very forefront of innovation, Richese's master artisans still produce coveted devices and clever inventions that quietly keep the gears of the Imperium turning. Number 61. Rock. An isolated world whose name evokes myth, the giant rock bird of legend, but whose reality is quite mundane. Rock is a small colony, known perhaps for a breed of large aerial predators that early explorers fancifully named after the myth. It holds no special place in commerce or politics. In 10191 AG, Planet Rock and its people quietly persevere, proud of their home's romantic name, if nothing else. Number 62, Romo. A minor planet with a humble profile, Romo's primary mention is as a footnote in Chome's executive reports. It produces standard foodstuffs and a bit of timber, nothing exotic. The locals of Romo live simple lives under the Imperium's pax. To the rest of the galaxy, Romo might as well be invisible. It has caused no trouble and drawn no envy. Number 63, Rosjal. A world from the League's distant past, Rosjal stood with humanity against the machines, but it was otherwise not notable. Its environment and culture were overshadowed by more dominant League worlds like Seleucia or Portran. Now Rosjal is just largely forgotten, a historical intrigue, and more of a ghost than a living player. Number 64, Rossic. A notoriously highly toxic planet that played a pivotal role in human evolution. During the
You're making free stuff?
Rossic was one of the stops.
I do love free stuff.
It was so poisonous that it drastically affected those who dwelt there. Exposure to Rossic's jungles caused gruesome genetic changes. Men died off, while some women developed extraordinary psychic abilities. These women became the sorceresses of Rossic, whose order is the direct predecessor of the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. Rossic's legacy thus lives on in every Reverend Mother. By 10191 AG, Rossic itself is sparsely inhabited, if at all, its lore surviving chiefly in Bene Gesserit histories and in the hidden talents of those Fremen it drew out of human.
If you type !socials,
Seleucia
if you type !socials, that will bring up a link to my Discord.
The Imperial Carino dynasty was devastated by
You can hop right in there
warfare and reduced to a desolate wasteland. In the aftermath, the Carinos repurposed it as a secret prison and harsh training ground, believing the planet's poisonous climate and deadly wildlife would weed out all but the strongest survivors. One of the hellish conditions rose the Sardaukar, The Emperor's fanatical elite troops, whose ferocity is whispered to stem from Seleucus' unforgiving trials. The legacy of Seleucus' fall thus became the backbone of the imperial power. By 10191 AG, Seleucus Secundus remains a forbidden world of hardship, a radioactive crucible forging terror and loyalty, its once glorious past remembered only in hushed tones beneath the harsh Carino Imperial. Number 66, Sambuli. An all but unknown world in the Imperium, Sambuli's name surfaces so rarely that many doubt it has any population at all. In truth, it does, a modest one, but nothing of note has ever originated here. Sambuli's people paid their imperial ties and lived their lives, and history flows past them. Number 67, Seneca. One of the lost League worlds from before Carino Empire, Seneca was independent, dissociated during the Jihad, neither fully with the League nor with the Machines. Later, it presumably joined the Imperium, but without distinction. Interestingly, centuries from now, the name Seneca will arise again, as a world ravaged by the unknown enemy that chased the honored Mantres back from the old empire. But in Muad'Dib's time, Seneca is quiet and unremarkable, a minor world healing from an ancient turmoil. Number 68, Sepric. A dim speck in the imperial firmament, few have heard of Sepric, and even fewer have reason to go there. It lies off the trade routes, possessing no strategic minerals or lucrative industry. Number 69, Sikun. A temperate planet orbiting the star 7 Ophiuchi A, Sikun is famed in academic circles for its botanical beauty. It's home to the Akarso, a plant of remarkable beauty, and culturally, Sikun is noteworthy as a bastion of the ancient Buddha-Islamic sect. The Orange Catholic Bible's notes even mention Sikun's unique religious flavor. In modern times, Sikun is peaceful and somewhat provincial. Interestingly,
hey, thanks for the follow, Lexi.
A labyrinth on Saturn's moon, Titan, Sikun Labyrinthus.
How the hell are you?
A
Good morning.
From real-world astronomers.
Well, it's morning for me. I'm not sure where you're
Such
at.
An honor hints that while Sikun plays a modest role in the Imperium, its memory will reach even beyond the books that Herbert penned. Number 70, Suisi. A planet that stood apart, dissociated during the Butlerian Jihad, aligning with neither Machines nor League. Suisi's neutrality spared it from the Jihad's worst destruction, but also left it isolated afterward. In today's Imperium, Suisi remains obscure. Its name, meaning worry in an ancient Earth tongue, is ironically apt. Suisi never became anyone's concern. It exists on the fringes of a survivor in an age of chaos, now living in quiet anonymity. Number 71, Synchrony, a whispered name, barely acknowledged in 10191 AG. Synchrony is reputed to be the hidden core world of the thinking machines, a secret planet where the Evermind Omnius might still dwell. Officially, no such place is known to the
Let's
Imperium.
go ahead
Notion
and
violates the Butlerian
wall this
prescriptions,
in
but
so I can put a door on it.
Techno-religious circles and Ixian rumors. Synchrony symbolizes the theoretical last refuge of forbidden machine intelligence. Whether Synchrony actually exists at this time, none can say. Lies beyond the Empire's power and knowledge, a ghost world, perhaps nothing more than a cautionary tale that somewhere the machine tyranny might yet endure. Number 72, Tara-El. An exceedingly obscure planet rarely mentioned outside of esoteric surveys, Tara-El's lore, if any, is locked away in Mentat archives. By all indications, it is a minor colony world with a stable environment. Number 73, Tlilax. Tlilaxa. Tlilax is a secluded planet, home to the Beni Tlilax, a society of devout xenophobic flesh crafters, infamous for their secret mastery in genetic engineering. Outwardly, Tlilax appears almost tranquil, an Earth-like world of carefully manicured terrain in cities like Vandal, reserved exclusively for Tlilaxu natives. Yet Scattered around these urban centers lie the dreaded axolotl tanks and biofactories, where the Tlilaxu produce their horrors and wonders, from face dancers to golas and twisted mentats, and other forbidden creations grown far from prying eyes. The customs of the Tlilaxu, rooted in fanatic religion and deception, repel other cultures even as their biological products are grudgingly coveted as necessary evils. By 10191 AG, Tlilax remains a cloistered world whose smiling piety conceals cold-blooded experimentation. It plays a subtle but pivotal role in imperial intrigues, supplying bespoke life forms and coveted services, while plotting to advance its own hidden designs on humanity. Number 74. Tupile. Tupile is spoken of in irreverent whispers as the sanctuary of the defeated houses, a secret refuge beyond the reach of the vengeance. Not truly a single planet, but rather a hidden region protected by the Spacing Guild. The sanctuary planet of Tupile serves as a final haven for exiled Grace houses who have lost in the deadly game of Canley, or earned the Emperor's wrath. Its exact locations are only known to the Guild, who vouchsafe the safety of any nobles granted asylum there. During the Carino Imperium, the promise of Tupile's protection tempered the worst excesses of civil war. A great house facing annihilation could flee into Guild custody, vanishing to Tupile rather than being utterly destroyed. By 10191 AG, the myth and reality of Tupile continued to exert powerful influence on the balance of power. The knowledge that the sanctuary exists somewhere in the uncharted vastness of space hangs like a silent guarantee over the feudal order, ensuring that even in utter defeat, hopes survive in exile under the Guild's impenetrable veil. Number 75. Ulardra. A highly populated world on the outskirts of the Imperium, Ularda is known, if at all, for its scenic highlands, and perhaps a regional wine enjoyed on nearby planets. Number 76. Verdtree Colony. A human colony established during one of the Great Expansion periods, likely after the Butlerian Jihad, Verdtree's colony claimed to fame as purely as a colonization effort, clearing forests and planting the seeds of civilization on a new globe. No galactic drama has ever centered on Verdtree. Number 77. Walgis. A planet infamous in the Butlerian Jihad saga, Walgis was once ruled by the Titan Ajax, and it was here that the first Hathriger rebellion began. The human slaves revolt against the machines. It erupted, Ajax brutally crushed it, and that early rebellion exterminating Walgis' populace in retribution during the Jihad's vital offensive. Walgis was liberated but left ravaged. Now it stands empty or sparsely resettled, a somber testament to human
Alright,
defiance.
let's see here.
Number 78. Wallach 6. One of 3 inhabited worlds in the Wallach Liajuin star system. During the Butlerian Jihad, Wallach 6 fell under machine control as synchronized world. It was a major front in the early fighting and suffered greatly before finally being liberated by the army of Jihad. Now in 10191 AG, Wallach 6 has been back in human hands for millennia, but it never attained the prominence of its sister planet, Wallach 9. Instead, Wallach 6 remains a minor world. Number 79. Wallach 7. A lesser-known sibling in the Wallach system, unlike Wallach 9, the Bene Gesserit homeworld. Wallach 7 has no special role. It is a settled world with a cool climate, possibly used for light agriculture or as an auxiliary training site. Number 80. Wallach 9. Chapter House. Wallach 9 is a temperate planet that became the foremost chapter house and training world of the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. After the poisonous jungles of Rossic proved too deadly, the fledgling sisterhood found sanctuary on Wallach 9 in the centuries before the Carino Empire, eventually establishing the mother school and deepest rituals there. Generations of women have undergone the secret sisterhood grueling mental and physical conditioning in Wallach 9's cloisters. After alive in 10191 AG, likely walked its halls as an acolyte. The planet itself is shrouded in formidable defenses. Indeed, Wallach 9 was
was once encircled by an invincible shield that even caused a guild highliner to crash against it in 10175 AG. By 10191 AG, Wallach-9 stands as the secret of heart that reaches for power. Its libraries guard human history, its laboratories refine Trusair drugs, and its training school forges the Sisterhood's uncanny abilities, all behind layers of concealment. Cloaked and secure, Wallach-9 quietly shapes the destiny of the Imperium through subtle workings of the Winnow Molds. Number 81. Yarden. A planet that maintained independence from the great powers during the barbarian jihad, Yarden stood apart from both Elite and Omnius's synchronized worlds, a lone, dissociated world navigating the chaos alone. In later millennia, Yarden eventually molded Zanbar, a prominent world of the Elite, notorious as major slave market in pre-imperial times, along with Fortran. Zanbar openly embraced slavery. Booty Islamic slaves from all across the League were brought and sold in its bazaars. It sent representatives to the League Parliament advocating policies as business as usual. Even in the dark times, after the Butlerian Jihad, Zanbar was forced to abandon slavery, and the planet's fortunes waned. Number 83. Xanova. The once prosperous world entrusted to House Talgari. Lush, cultured, and loyal to the Golden Lion throne, Xanovar's tranquility was shattered shortly before Paul's ascent. Shadar IV, unjustly accused in a forgery revenge. A swift and brutal strike, Sartukar legions under Bashir Zungaran assaulted Xanovar, razing its cities. Beloved Talagari statesman Black's Othin was executed by protesting the outrage, and 14 million people were slaughtered in the bombardment. The few survivors fled, and in 10191 AG, Xanovar lies devastated, its fertile lands turned to ash. The atrocity in Xanovar became one of the final black marks against Shaddam's rule, sparking widespread condemnation in the Landsraad and indirectly paving the way for House Atreides' rise. Xanovar's fall is a solemn reminder of the price of imperial wrath. The planet's name is now synonymous with needless devastation. And so, from the shining courts of Catane to the windswept bones of Salusa Secundus, from the pleasure palaces of Garmon to the dust-choked crucible of Arrakis, the planets of 10191 AE are not just worlds, they are weapons, symbols, secrets, adaptations. Each one turns, not in isolation, but as a cog in the grand machine of the Imperium. Some cradle prophecy, others conceal poison, but all bear witness to the ancient bargain of power, that nothing is given, and everything, even peace, is bought at a cost. Thank you for joining me, Sleeper. I am Lupercal8796, your humble Mentat Swordmaster, but a shadow of my Duke. If this journey through the stars has stirred your curiosity, subscribe for more deep dives into the worlds, houses, and hidden histories of the Dune universe. Leave a comment below which world calls to you the most, and which would you fear to tread on. And please leave a like on the video, it really does help out the channel. Until next time, walk without rhythm.
Good morning, y'all. How are y'all doing out there? It is December 4th here in contention, and it's been a jam-packed week here, so I think it's good to remind y'all what time it is every now and then. Speaking of y'all done wrote me something to read on the air again against my will. Here is today's Howlin' with Wolf. Tess said that all you Tess said that all you wolf pups out there would know what that means. To some of our canine listeners, y'all already know the drill. To all other species, I apologize for that small outburst. Thanks, Tess, for making me lose my shit on air. Now for some more shit, it's the news. Officer Bishop learned that the chief's car had been at the mill on the other side of the city since the night of December 1st. The county coroner reports that during the investigation of an active crime scene, Officer John Lee Pettymore of Contention slipped and shoved a possible murder weapon into the eye socket of the deceased Maggie Cook, fumbling and digging around atrociously as the charred bones themselves began to crumble to no longer be a part of the situation. Also, anyone out there having some fucked up dreams? Shit, I know I have. Last night, I was eating cereal in my basement. But it wasn't like my basement, but it was. When I looked down, my spoon was made of wet tuna, and the Count Chocula had turned into forgotten memories. Then I saw my dog, Wolf, and he had my face on his face. What the fuck is up with that shit? Well, you know what they say. Now I'm gonna need y'all to wave your hands in the air like you just don't care, because in Contention, nihilism reigns supreme, and the points don't matter. It's kudzu with no backbone.
Hey guys.
Howdy.
This is my new character voice.
John's phone rings.
Real quick, roll a Constitution check for me.
Pass.
Pass.
Fail.
Okay, so John, you will get 1 hit point back, and the other two of you will get a D4.
I was going to say 2d6 would be great.
I rolled a 3. I get 3 back.
Good work, Clark.
That brings me almost to perfect health.
1 back. Yeah. Well, I still am 21 out of 25.
I've got 25 out of 26 hit points.
Whoa, you guys have insane.
What do you have?
I'm 18 of 20, but I only 20's my max.
Yeah. My willpower is at 2. Which means I need a little help from my friend.
Your willpower's at a 2.
You guys put a lot into con. I went middle of the road, baby. 50.
John, your phone rings as you're getting ready. It's Keith Vigna.
I don't answer.
Okay.
I send John a text. Hey, dude, can you bring a little bit of stimulants for me? I'm having a real off day today.
I text him, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and I put the shrug guy emoji in there.
I put 2 snowflakes and a winky face emoji.
I send back, all caps, I don't know what you're talking about. Angry face.
I send back, bring me something or I will explicitly text it to you.
I don't reply.
Okay, I drive to John's house then.
Okay, I'm already on the way to work.
I mean, you can resolve it if you want.
What's the timeline? Does he come to my house? Or
Keith, do you leave early enough to...
Yeah, I do. I get up and I put my clothes on and I drive out there, and I'm pissed. I just woke up mad.
Okay, I'm going to have you roll luck at a -20 to see if John is still there.
He's not. I'm gonna break into his house, though. I'm desperate.
So instead of getting some 5-hour energy,
That's not gonna.
you're gonna break into
it's
your
not-
coworker's house and steal cocaine.
Yeah, because that's my only option right now. He told me that's.
I did
5
not say that cocaine was your only option.
Yeah, but you said coffee wouldn't work, so I assumed.
Just jump all the
Jump
way to
straight
cocaine.
to cocaine.
It's literally the most readily available option we have here. I thought this was gonna be a quick one and done. And we could get on.
That's you. That's why you're all in the room right now.
Okay, I get to his house and he's not there, I guess?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely break in if you want to, like, really upset John later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already upset, so yeah, I'm fighting mad, so
Because,
John, do you want to describe your house? It's the first time we've seen it.
yeah, so it's a
Booby
nice...
trapped like out of Home Alone.
I slip on some marbles and
It's
fall
a
down the
nice little
stairs.
property north of town. You come down like a quarter mile of secluded gravel driveway, and you come to this little clearing, and there's a nice fucking, older but single story, smallish home. There are some, there's a random truck and a trailer around, and it really looks just peaceful and beautiful, and there's rabbits and deers jumping around and shit, and you're about to disturb that harmony. So
I pull up and I have lock picking, so I'm gonna try to do that first. Is that cool?
At his front door?
Yes.
Okay.
With a -20, that's a pass.
Okay.
26 on a 30, which I have 50. So
Sounds good. Then, struggling, just get out of your car, get up there, and
Just
start
sweating.
working. Yeah, just work your way into the house.
I go inside and I look around for wherever it would be.
Okay, roll a search for me.
It's a crit fail.
John, what does he find?
he knocks over all my Smokey and the Bandit DVDs
Oh, doggy.
and almost tips over the Dukes of Hazzard DVDs right next to him. Oh wait, hold up. Smokey and the Bandit is not a TV show; it's a
Nope.
movie.
You had a bunch of copies of it.
special edition.
Yeah,
The
so I've,
smoky
every
edition.
director's
different-
cut, yeah, international releases, and anything remotely related to the Smokeyverse.
Okay, well, I'm not leaving until I get what I need, so I'll just go from room to room, searching violently through everything until I find it.
Okay.
Is that how a crit fail search roll works?
Yeah. You violently turn over the house of John Lee Pettymore, unable to find the cocaine that you know is on the premises somewhere.
Wow, so this is what you want, just our characters to get in an actual fight.
I mean, I'm already pretty useless as a cop. I literally could not do our job today without this. So I don't find anything.
Nope.
I text him one more time. I'm like, dude, tell me where it is.
Tell you where what is, why, what are you talking about? I brought some stuff for you. It's at the station.
Oh, cool. Thanks. See you there. I try to put the DVDs back a little bit, but then I give up and go to my car, drive back to the station.
Okay.
I didn't want to do any of that.
You didn't?
No, but I had to.
I don't know if you know what those words mean.
All right. Well, the three of you arrive at the police station, rearing to go on the morning of December 4th. You arrive at 9 a.m.
I sit at my desk and just put my head down.
Okay. You know that the FBI will be here in an hour to meet with you. And as you are milling about the office as the day is beginning, you hear a news story come over Drew's speakers at his desk. And you hear the news story say,
10 people have died in a brutal fire at the city hospital. 46 more are in critical condition. The fire started early this morning, and the building has just now been cleared after hours of fighting back the fire and sweeping the premises for survivors after the evacuation. We do not have any word yet on how the fire started, but we will deliver updates as they roll in here to the studio. Hold your loved ones close today as we send thoughts and prayers to those who lost friends and family. Stick around for our next segment. Experts say we're all showering too much. With your morning update, I'm Yolanda Squat Pump.
and immediately following, Drew turns it down to let you guys know that 2 children were reported missing late last night from a home in the suburbs. Their names are Aiden and Alice Little.
Repeat those names, Drew.
Aiden and Alice Little?
Okay, we'll get right on that.
Okay, good. Their parents are very worried.
I can only imagine.
I can only imagine.
Wait, where was that fire at? I missed the first part.
The hospital.
Oh, yeah.
The city hospital.
All right, what do you guys want to do around the office?
I don't know. I bet we have a lot of paperwork to do.
I bet you do. Is there anything that you want
Good thing
to...
the chief's not here.
Is there anything you want to take care of?
Oh, the chief's dead.
We should.
I didn't even... It didn't even face me. Good thing the chief's not here.
Oof. Rip.
Hey,
Good
John.
thing the chief's not here.
John,
Yeah, Big Nut.
dude, did you bring me any medicine?
Yeah. Hey, you're smart enough to know not to be texting about that shit
I
on
know,
open
but
lines.
I just...
All right, I have some for you, and
Thank
I dangle a little baggie. But I'm gonna need you to clean out the Catman's cage first, because
Okay.
he left a number of human-sized dudes in the corner, and I'm not touching that.
Okay. I'll get right on it.
Do you want a little bump first?
Oh, please.
Okay.
I take a bump.
Roll a d6 for me.
3.
All right, it is 9 a.m. currently, and you are going
So for the next 45 minutes, he'll have 3
No,
more.
for 3 hours, is that right?
For 3 hours, you will not be at a negative 20%.
Hell
Have the
yeah.
makers of this game ever done cocaine?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
I wish
roll a
that's how.
d6.
I
when
wish
you-
that's how it works.
It dictates the high.
I happily go clean the shit out of the cell.
You missed a spot.
Is that true?
Dr. Jacobs says as you clean the cell that she shares with her.
Hey, what what charges are we holding her on again? How long can we keep her here?
We looked it up at the time. I think 24 hours, maybe 48. It's because we wanted to investigate her.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Everything's in disarray. Our chief is dead.
Oh, you
Our
know,
chief is dead. And
we got the FBI coming. Is that what you're getting at? We shouldn't have a catboy in there.
no, if anything, I think that helps us. That anything that can confuse and distract the FBI. I'm just thinking further on down the road when she brings a civil rights lawsuit against us
Sure.
for false imprisonment or whatever.
I think we still are within our rights for today.
Oh, that's what we'll tell the FBI.
Cool.
Before you ask, we're well within our rights.
I cleaned the spot that I messed up, and I said, I would even eat off this floor, but I'm not hungry.
Thanks for the input, Keith.
And then I come back up to John. I'm like, can I please have that?
Yeah, I give him the baggie.
I stick it in my pocket, and then I'm ready to talk to these feds.
Wait. Fellas, we should maybe talk about our story here. How much do we want to tell them? Everything? Tell them nothing?
No, I was thinking they're getting here in, what, an hour?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just roll out. I'll go get some... You guys want me to pick you up some breakfast or something? Have you guys eaten yet?
Oh, yeah.
I go grab some food for us, get back, like, right as they're getting here, and then act like, hey, I got our breakfast. Also, does anybody recognize this? I don't know where it came from. I found it in the trunk of my car.
That's the plan.
I like it.
And then I'll somehow remember that it's from John's house.
So
or
when
something.
they were talking to me last night, they seem to know a lot about a lot of stuff. So if they start asking us about stuff, are we going to lie to them? Or
I'm playing dumb. I don't think we should let them know more than... We're already giving them the one thing they wanted.
But what if they can help us?
Well, let's see
Play
how
along.
they...
Yeah,
Let's see how they act. Let's read them.
Exactly.
Right.
Is that a skill? Human?
Mm-hmm.
I got 80 human, so... And now I'm not at a negative 20, so hell yeah.
Keith Vigna is fully aware of how much people despise him.
Also, John,
Yeah.
later tonight we'll have to have a personal talk
What about?
in which I profusely apologize for what I did this morning.
For the-
We'll talk about it after the FBI. I don't want to worry you.
You don't have to apologize that much for those texts, man.
Okay, yeah. Well, that makes me feel better. I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Okay. Well,
just try to maintain, discipline when texting about drugs. Like,
absolutely heard from now on.
yeah.
What do you guys want for breakfast?
I want a supersonic breakfast burrito.
Okay.
Don't we? What's the local? Did we make a breakfast place?
Beans on beans.
Yeah, let's go to Beans on Bean. Because it's Bean Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to Beans on Beans.
Let me get that big bean special.
The Big Bean special. You want the Big Bean Sonic burrito that they import from the city Sonic?
Sonic's right around the corner. If you could just stop at
I'll
Sonic.
swing by there.
That'd be great.
That'll kill me some time.
Uh,
So you want the Big Bean breakfast?
Yeah.
Do you want what kind of? You want black or pinto?
Black-eyed,
Black-eyed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Extra bacon?
extra bacon.
I know you.
1 piece soggy and 1 piece crispy.
Okay, I
They
can do that.
just tell them it's Clark's order. They'll know.
Oh, the beans, Bishop's beans breakfast.
That's it.
Gotcha. Okay.
They told me they were going to add it to the menu at some point.
I think it might be. I haven't been there in a minute, so I'll check it out. Okay, cool.
Clark, frankly, I find it disgusting, and I'm not in a habit to comment on a man's breakfast, but I find it disgusting that you let them dangle one strip of bacon in the bean water and leave the other strip.
Have you tried it?
Zed, what's going
No,
on, my
it's
guy?
so good,
Good morning.
Haven't tried it. All right.
Okay.
Fuck it. Screw it. Make it 2.
2? Okay. Well,
I'll try it.
the hell are you,
I'll
brother?
be back in about. Let me know when they
It's
get
just
here,
in
and then
the
I'll be back
process
then.
of moving my
We
base
get
here.
here in an hour.
When you see their car pull in.
Heard. Okay.
Keith, how do you feel about the street name Beans, Beans on Beans?
I really try not to think about it too much.
You don't associate the two?
I do, but it makes me kind of sick at my stomach the more I think about it, so I don't want to think about it.
Fair enough.
Why?
Keith's actual last name.
Is Beans.
I forgot all about that, Beans.
I changed my name to
Zed, you still there, homie? Ah, there you are. What's a good word, man? I've just been dooning it up. Oh, no worries. Played Marvel last night. It was too silly for you. Was there like some specifically silly shit that went down, or just in general? Couldn't keep your facial expressions from showing displeasure. Shit, I can sympathize with that, man. I suffer from the same malady. gritty, no nonsense Daredevil like spider hero. Yeah, I remember you've told me about your hero a few times, and I mean, it sounds pretty cool. Terrible poker face. Yeah, I ain't no good for it either, man. So medium ore refinery. So I need 125 steel ingot. That shouldn't be a problem. Small, medium. It's a tricky line, dude, I'm telling you. Tricky line. How many more sessions do you have of it? I want to make this my... I think I want to make this my storage area here, at least for now. In it for the long haul, can be turned around. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that game specifically, it kind of seems like it's, I don't know, it kind of seems like it's kind of hardwired for that sort of thing, I guess, if that makes any sense. Okay, I need to back this up a little bit. I got my stuff all cattywampus here. That can stack. That can stack. Seven. Some more of those. They'll understand. Well, that's good. Man, I'm trying to make enough space to get all my shit moved over, but it's pretty damn full. Unload some stuff off into the chest first. me enough room to get the rest of my ingots. Okay, now I need 60 cobalt paste. Okay. 60 cobalt paste. Here we go. Did I bring it? Oh, fuck. I only brought 55. Get back out of my buggy here. Oh shit, I did it again. You said that Wraith's your all-time favorite game, right? I don't know why I keep running back and forth. I can just... What do I need for this? This is my Fremen death still. Of 29. I will build another one when the time comes, but not right now. Damn it. Do it again. Can't even drop that. gonna go grab a corpse right quick. That way I can just go ahead and start on the water. As soon as I get in there.
Eyes on target.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab several corpses. Maybe 3. It's probably easier to go this way. I might as well bust this one down too. What's in here?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, of course there's a fucking giant sandstorm just as I clear out all my junk.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
don't have the cobalt paste for it. Oh, fuck, it's aluminum ingots. Let's get this fucking water situation going first. 6. Alright, that'll help get the water off the ground there. Okay. Ore-wise, what are we dealing with here? Do we got any ore in the buggy? Just aluminum, can't really do anything with that. That's legit. Damn it. Damn, full of loot. This might hold enough. Oh. They don't have any carbon. Do I? Do I have any carbon? Fuck, no carbon. Alright. Long ass time. Damn. back, feast in hand. 60 steel, 30 silicone. Must be up here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
sandstorm, I guess.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Flex machinery.
No bullets. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. minutes. 5 cobalt paste. That's what you get. I forgot to pick it up. Lame.
need help.